Hello, welcome to this video. So this is the start video implementing medical app updates, where we are adding these three main features: the sending of external emails, of which we completed. We added a built-in video conferencing, and in today's episode, we're adding actually the payment integration using Paystack. So we used this Paystack documentation. We read the documentation, and using their React SDK, they have here a React SDK. We used this one, as you can see this here. Okay. And using this SDK, we actually implemented the payment. So if we just go here, this is our application. So I want to implement, we have also a patient logged in. We want to go ahead and create an appointment. So I'm just going to go to this doctor here. So you can just go to this doctor and let's go ahead and create an appointment. Now this time let's create it at maybe on 28th, and let's go say 6 p.m. Let's go ahead and fill in the details. I'm just going to say here that I have stomach pain and constant headache. Okay, and then you upload the documents as usual. So let's go next. So now you see we have another step here, which says make payment. And you remember the service was $100. I put these units are for Ghana, and then you can just click here, pay with Paystack, and you can see we have here the test mode. Okay, with the mobile money. I'm just going, you can choose like whichever number you want. I'm just going to leave it with MTN, confirm, complete the payment. And you can see here the payment was successful. Now you can go ahead and complete the application. And you can see appointment was created. And you can see here you have this here the appointment, and this still everything still works the way we tested. For this, the meeting link was generated, but the important thing is I want to log in as a doctor. Okay, I just want to log in as a doctor. You can look at that payment, so I just want to go ahead and log in as a doctor here very fast. So if you just go here and log in as a doctor, okay. First of all, you can see that now we have this tile which says sales. Okay, now he sees the appointment, which is just like made right now for this date, 52 seconds. So right now we can just go ahead and click on these sales. And you can see right now he has a second sale, just the same date. He has here this sale here. And if he clicks in the sale, it takes him to this appointment that paid it. You can see this, and the reason was this one. And it is still the meeting link is there. So we successfully implemented the payment integration with Paystack in the medical app. Now, in the actual the testing here everything looks very easy and very smooth, but actually this took us really much time to figure out, to even put it to be so smooth, to put the steps to be so smooth. It took us time, and also configuring this took us some time. So, but finally we have the working application, including the payments. So thank you so much. And if you're interested to see how we actually implemented this, let's get started. Hello, welcome in today's episode. So today is our day 3 in updating the medical app. So in the first episode or in the previous 2 episodes, we implemented sending the external emails and adding the built-in video conferencing. So in this episode, we're just going to add a payment integration using Paystack. So the video conferencing we finished previously. I might just like make one extra video at the end just to brush off and add in extra features as the customer requested for the video conferencing. But today's episode, I just actually want to focus on payment integration using Paystack as he recommended. Now, so this is our medical app, and if you just look, he requested to use the Paystack, and this is because this application is going to be used in one of the African countries, okay? And if there's one problem we have still in Africa is I think handling payments is still a big problem right here in Africa, really a big problem. The payment infrastructure is not well off, okay, because PayPal is not working, Stripe is not working. So these other branches like Paystack, I think, is in partnership with Stripe. So they're the ones who are actually trying to provide some payments, and not all in all countries. You will just like see that Paystack is in a few countries, and specifically if this episode, you can't just watch it at an angle that you want to see how adding the payment, how payment integration, because you may just get a client from Tunisia, you might get a client from whichever part of the country, you might be even in the US, but you get a person wanting specifically to build an application that will be used in a certain country X, maybe like I say Pakistan, or it can be any place, and it's going to give you an API. So like you need to understand how does like a payment API, how can I approach a payment API? So implementing this Paystack, whether it works in your country or not, still it gives you ability to approach a payment integration platform. You're going to you're going to incur or meet this in your career so much, whereby you get a client from a certain continent or even a different continent, and then they will just point you to a documentation for an API to integrate like payments and so on. So they actually the most of these documentations are the same. They look exactly like familiar because even them, when they are trying to make the documentation, they will just use the standard or look from other existing documentations and then they make theirs. So most times you're going to find that this documentation, they are actually almost the same. So this was actually my after before this video, I didn't even check it out like previous days. I just like opened this in the previous like 1 hour before starting this episode. So I just like wanted to look like uh because I have like really made a lot of documentation for payment integration. So like I'm not really worried the way I was with the video conferencing. I feel like these payments are somehow more easier because at the end of the day, these people who make these APIs, they want people to use them and they will try their level best to simplify everything. So we're just going to get started. And the first note is, as I've said, these payment integration for some specific countries, India and so on, they have like their focus. You may find the payment integration is only covering India and Pakistan, or another one is covering like some few countries in Africa, others maybe few countries in Asia. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you get your hands to the documentation, and as a developer, you must figure out how to get started and how to implement it in your application. And this is what exactly we're going to do. We're just given a documentation just like this one. We're just going to see how we can actually just implement and add it in our own application. So the first thing is, as I've said, if you just go here, they have the support for the countries Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, South Africa. All of those countries are the ones that supported. If you try clicking like on others, you will see that they will tell you that you can leave an email. You can select the country you want, and then they will leave you an email. Me specifically, I think I have requested this. Okay, like to bring it to Uganda. Currently, it is not actually even operating in Uganda. So I would like a Paystack to really come like to Uganda and really solve some problems. Okay, so so that is one thing. It is operating in these countries, and I think if they update, they always put them. And you also see when you go to sign up, you will see that you're actually just going to be asked a country, and your country, if it's not listed in that list, then you will not actually be able to do it. Okay, so that is the first thing you have cleared off the ground. Now, then the thing is, how do you get started? Most times, when you go to this one, these are like marketing pages. If you just go through like this, you'll see just talking about it is worth that you just actually also go through. Most of the what you are looking for is if they are providing the case study or the use case that you're trying to solve. Okay, for instance, as you can see here, with seamless payment experience, give your customer a gift for blah blah. So you have just to go ahead, just like read through, see if they can correct like for instance payments. This the only thing like we want from this one is actually to correct payments. That's it. And programmatically, do they have an API and so on and so forth? That's what you want. Now, that one I've just recovered, followed that they do that, and the fact that the client gave me this API, they already know it just actually works. So you can just go ahead, read it through this material, the pages, for that specific documentation you have been given, and mostly, what you will be just looking for is this thing called developers. Most of the APIs, they will actually provide something to do like with developers. Even if you go to Stripe, you will see that they have something to do with developers. Most of these APIs, let me just say, for instance, I don't know if Stripe like on their homepage, do they have like developers or something? Yeah, you can see like they have developers here, and then they have the documentation and like SDKs and blah blah. All this one you can see they always have. Okay, you can check from other payment APIs, but you will see like they have this thing of like developers, and even the same thing here, you can see that we have this thing of developers. And on developers, you can see there is these things. There is documentation, integration, test pages, and overview. You can start with from, for instance, documentation. So they have here the docs, as you can see here. Okay, you can just go here and you can see the first one is accept payments. They have some things you can look at here, blah blah. They have this, you can see they talk about this Paystack Alpine JS, blah blah, like this one. Now we might actually just not use this one. The first thing is they will just give you like the basic functionality, more especially if just like an API, they will just give you the first one, will always be the easy way of adding things, and they will be looking at people who are not using libraries or even SDKs or something. So like this one, after like you are just going through here, before you make further decisions, first check if they actually have libraries. Okay? Because for like if you're using just like Next.js or you're using React, you just like want something which is really granular to that. Because like vanilla JavaScript is actually for this case like here, when you see something like a CDN link like this one, probably this is actually just a vanilla JavaScript project where you have just like either a PHP or even a JavaScript, something like that. But you should just always focus at looking if they actually specifically have, for instance, Next.js. You might just like go through documentation and tons and tons, but you may find actually they have for that specific framework. Okay, you might be working in a Vue.js or you're working in a Next.js or React, and they have already a documentation specifically for React. You might just want like, to get to that point after I've gone through. Just look for if they have a tab about like frameworks or libraries or integrations. So if you just come here, actually, you see they have things like a terminal, transfers, identity, developer tools. So I would be like interested to know what is, for instance, in developer tools. Okay, and you can see here they just have like these developer tools here. They have Android SDKs if you want just to use like I think React Native, and they have a CLI and for testing webhooks, and then they have inline. The one we're just looking at. Okay, so after these ones, you see they have libraries. Like for instance, React is a library. So you might just like, for instance, like which libraries do they have and plugins? So go here and right away you see that there is plugins for like WordPress, Shopify, Magento, Joomla, and all others. And then they have actual libraries. For instance, PHP, Java, Node.js. Okay, which is great. And you can also just go here and just say view all. Okay, you can just click on view all, and this one just like they have all these things here. And there's a note: if you encounter an issue using this library, you should reach out the developer of the library or open an issue on the repo for the developer. And you can see like these are different developers. You can see from here these are different developers who actually worked on these things. So you can just say go down here, you will see that actually there is Node.js. So for instance, if you're using Node.js, it is very easy. You see there are two APIs that some people developed here. There is PHP, Python, and then there is this Rust. And I think this is like Rust, yes, I guess. And then you can see that down here we have React.js. Okay, so you can see here they have a Ruby, Vue.js, Xamarin, Yi, and so on and so forth. You can see, but actually we have React. So we have this I am Rafson is one who I think worked on this one. And if you click now on this, okay, so you can see that this is actually properly maintained last month. Okay, just like mean this person is actually like seriously maybe being paid by Paystack to maintain this package. And if you say this, actually this is an NPM package. Okay, that's really nice. So click on this and you can see a React Paystack. They have this React Paystack, and seems like it's of recent. Okay, so they download this. They just like this is not bad. Seriously downloaded seriously. And yeah, so this is nice when you find something which has like an npm package. That's really nice and supports TypeScript. This is good. Okay, so yeah, they gave here the this and the all the things to go through. And by the way, most people don't want to read. Please just always read and take your time to actually read. Like this is the documentation. You're trying to read like each single word so that you don't miss out anything. So you can say this React provides a wrapper to add Paystack payments to React applications. This is exactly what we want. Okay, step number one, install. I'm just going to go ahead and just install this in my application. So I have the medical app open here. Here it is running. I'm just going to come here and just like install this. Okay, so as it is installing, let's continue. The usage. The library can be implemented in any React application in three different ways. The first one is using by the hooks provided by the library, using the button provided by the library, and using the context customer provided by the library. Note that all three implementations produce the same result. So the according to what you want, you just simply just like use one that you like most. There is one where they give you a button, okay, where they give you a button, and then like here they you do need just like to put the payment like Paystack button. It seems like very easy, but then I'm wondering, like I think it you will have to like you don't have like a bit customized like maybe styles. I don't know. But if you just use like this one, you can see like you have ability to add your own button. So I'm just going to first go and give a try with this the hook. I don't know, like being number one on the page or on this. Just going just to give it a try and see if this can actually work. So I believe we need also to get the how are we going to add this? Okay, what is going to be the flow of the app? Okay, so currently right now you all know that if you just like logged in, I think this is a doctor. Just going to log out. I need to just log in as a patient. I don't still remember if I remember the email for the patient. So I'm just going to go ahead and just put like, I think it was just only this one. And then the password here. Yeah, I think it's like the patient. Yeah, so this is just like the patient we used in the last case you can see here. So already we have this patient. If you remember very well, this patient can just go ahead and book. So if you just come here, you can just like go ahead and find a doctor. Just going to still look for the doctor as man. You don't have been using more in our use case. And I'm just going to go ahead and this is the page. So right now, what we just need is to actually hook this after the booking. So just come here and just try to book this. You will fill the details. Afterwards, we just go ahead and create the appointment. And what happens is that this person is going to be headed to be referred to the side of the dashboard. Now we have a couple of constraints you have to ask yourself. Okay, so this one will be like I think like the checkout, the way you see the checkout, like you would just like you can see from this page after here you complete the appointment. I think now it's going to be go to payment. Okay, after this you can just like go to the payment, or we could just like hook this previously before even filling this. But I think like it's good like you give a person this ability to fill in the details, because already on this page, if you remember very well, on this page here, he actually sees the payment he's supposed to pay. For instance, book a doctor and it is $100. So he's very sure he's actually going to pay this $100. So by the time he click on the booking, he's willing to actually pay this $100. So you just go ahead and fill in all these details. After completing, so I'm just going to plug this. After completing all these ones, after instead of saying complete this appointment, it's going to be just like complete and pay. So when you complete this one, we're just going to redirect this to just going to direct this to the payment page. Okay, so just need to create the payment page for this particular doctor. Okay, so one, we could just also just leave it as a wrapper within this one, but I feel like we just need like a clean slate for this. Mm, just going to go into the implementation and we will see. So I'm just going to go here actually to test out this. Now that we have implemented this, I just want to quickly go ahead and like create a payment page just for testing and see. So I'm just going to go here in my application. I'm just going to create a test page in the front end for the start, and then afterwards I'm just going to actually refactor the code and add it in that. So I'm just going to go here in this front dashboard front. So in the front, let me see. Okay, I can just like add on this doctors, and then I'm just going to add test. Maybe just call it pay. Why not? I'm just going to call this one pay. So like pay. And then just going to say page do tsx, just like this RFC. Okay. So I always want to keep this always to be just going to say H2 payments. Let's go and see this page. Just going to go here and let's go to doctors pay. Okay, so you can see here there is payments. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and want to bring in this code they gave us here. So this code I'm just going to put in a component. Okay. I'm just going to get all this code the way it is here in the first implementation. Okay, just copy everything. I'm just going to go ahead and create a component. So, and the components, we can just like we had HMS, we can just also create another one, which is going to be payments. Just like to help us identify very fast. So here, just going to create this. I'm just going to say maybe Paystack. Okay, just go for instance like this. I'm just going to create this handle payments and payments.tsx, as simple as this. Paste everything. Okay. I don't know if we just need the logo, so this remove the logo thing, remove the CSS. We only just leave this hook, and then this config. There is this reference. First to leave all these ones. In fact, I'm just going to first come here. You have the config on success. These are all functions, and then there is this paystack hook example, and then there is function app. So this is the one which is going to be sorry. This one is then just going to be handle payments. So let's say and payments. Okay, just name this here handle payments. Okay, so we have like the header of which we actually don't need here. Just don't need this. And then we have the class name app. I don't know what this one do, but I'm just going to give it a max width of maybe Fox text MX Auto, just like this. Like also give it a padding of 8. Okay. So you can see they just like creating a component here and then they're using it here. If we wanted, we could just like get this and then bring it here. But for now, let's leave it like that. Now we have these things reference. Now if you had any like in the documentation TypeScript, there is nowhere there is TypeScript. I think there is no much like what it is TypeScript, but what you can just do, just going to name this for instance, any for now. Okay. There is still one error of which you can just go ahead and look into these, all these ones. Okay, there is on cross here, on success. So here in sales payments, they're saying that it actually suppose taking options. Oh, okay. So if you just look at this, initialize the TypeScript saying that suppose take it as options, like an object which has on success, on cross, and config. So it's trying to select this one, we turn it to be an object, just like that. Okay. I'm just going to see if the hook refuses, we still have two more options. Okay, so this seems like it is okay. Of course, this you have to add use client on this because you're just using the hook. So long as you are using any hook, that is the first thing, like to add a use client. So we just want to go ahead and plug this handle payments in this pay page we created here for test. I'm just going to go here and say handle payments. Okay, just like this. Let's go ahead and visit the page. Okay, there is a button. Actually, this one is a button you're seeing here. So I'm just going to go here and actually use a button. So instead of this, I'm just going to actually put a button from just this. Yes, yeah, good. Just like that. And this should now change. Yeah, nice. That's the button. Remember, what does this button do? So here just say console.log closed, and here console.log reference. And then here is, you can't say reference, they're just getting it here. Just a date, get time to string, just get like a reference number here. And then there is the email, and this is the email of the customer or something. I don't know, user at example. Must be the email of the customer, the amount to be paid, amount in the country's lowest currency, e.g. Kobo or this. Okay, and then the public API key. So in this case, as you're going to see here, we're not going to get anything much because we need to actually put in this public key. So where do you get the API keys? So if you just go back to the Paystack, the thing is you need to actually go ahead and sign up to get the payment keys. And you can see there is login, and then there is sign up. Okay, so the sign up is here. And the first thing is here select the country. And you can see like there is the countries that are supported right now is Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And they put this one other countries. If you just go here, you see this is the page I showed you earlier, but you can see they much like support in these four countries. If you're in these countries, like the client is in one of these countries, so if you just like in any of these countries, you will find the support on the side. And for this case, if you're a developer, you don't actually need to create the account. The owner of the app or can give you either these credentials, you create him or her the account, or he or she can create the account and provide you with the API keys. At the end of the day, what you want from this is the API keys. And how do I know that if I sign up, I will get the API keys? They actually have to tell you about that. So I will also leave this link in the description, how to find Paystack API test keys and live keys. You can see in this one, the this is for a very some years back, but actually it works. So you will just go ahead. I will leave this link to this, but they have a Paystack series, almost like a playlist with so many things. But actually checked in this, they don't have for React. They don't have any setup to show how to use it in React. But what I found useful was actually how to find your Paystack API test keys and live keys in this playlist of theirs. And then you can see that you have to sign up. After signing up, you just go and find these
Okay.
pages you can see here. Under API keys and webhooks, there is for the live mode and even for the test mode. So see, you're just going to be having three things. There is I'm just like press a bit. You can see there is here. They have the webhook. Okay. They have also the callback URL. They have also the public key and the secret key. So I'll just go ahead and create for these two keys. In your environmental variables, you just need to go ahead and add these two keys. The first one is going to be next public. Okay, next public, and this is going to be Paystack. So can you say Paystack public key. And why we're just making this one to be an X fabric is just because actually we're using it, as you can see, in the front end component. That means this one has to be fixed with next fabric, and then you say Paystack fabric key, and we're just going to add it here. The next is now going to be Paystack. So that one you can just like say it's going to be used like I think at the back end. Paystack, and then you like secret key, and then you can just go ahead and just also add it here. Okay, so you need these two keys. Okay, you need these two keys before you actually move on. So if you can't access this one, you can just like watch the rest of the video. At least you get the point. If you can get access to this one, well and good. If you cannot, just simply go through and see how you're going to implement this. So I'm just going to pause the video and put in the test keys that I was given. Good. So I went ahead and I added in my environmental variables, I added the two keys, the one with PK for public key and SK for the secret key. So I just going to come here and I just simply say, you could just come and say const, for instance, const public. You could just come and just say here public key. We could just even put this direct here. Just say process dot env dot next fabric, and then you have like this next fabric paystack. Okay, paystack. I remember it's like their spelling. Yeah, I think it's the spelling. Next fabric paystack fabric key. Just like this, I have it. And I don't know where we get this sort of like error the config. I think it's just like you have to put this as string, just like this. Okay, like this, or you could just like go and just put like here the null is it like the null what? But this is just easy as a string. Okay, so now I should be able to actually have this one activated. Let's go ahead and see. Let's just go and see if we can just have this like activated. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, I don't know what error this is. Window is not defined. Okay, just going to work on this. Just going to click here and let's see. We could not start this transaction. Currency not supported by merchant. Okay, so we need to get to know this money. Okay. I think we need to change this amount in the country's lowest currency, e.g., for instance, e.g., Kobo. So 2000 kobo is equal to this. So I don't know, like, what exactly am I supposed to put here now? Mm, I said in this example, like, for like, what is 20,000 in Ghana money or something? 20,000. Like, I don't know how much this one's supposed to be. No, I don't want to convert that. Okay. Um, I think what we do is let's try 200. Like, how do I specify the currency? Like, do you have this supposed to be a number? Okay. Amount is a number. I don't know why like 200 can't work. Let's try one more time and see. I just like need to configure this like as a window or something. We could not start this transaction. Currency not supported by the merchant. Okay, I also first like look at this window is not defined. Can we try to see what this window, let me say config. Hmm. I think I'm supposed like to put this. Supposedly, like you put that in a use effect or something to initialize the payment. Hmm. Is this the problem of the window being not defined or the issue of the currency? I don't know why you put this example. Okay, let me just like go ahead and just select, for instance, a second version of this. I'm just going to go ahead and just like Control C, Control V. I'm just going to have a different version of this. Okay. They just look at the button. So basically for the button, you remember the same thing, but instead you import the button. Let's first see the button. If it is giving us the same problem. So just going to use here a button. Oh, make sure we're just like in this one. I'm just going to get a button. You remember you actually just have the same exact thing. I don't know what is just meaning amount in the country's lowest currency. Okay, let's just see. He has these two things still, the same thing, just name the functions different. And this is inside the app. Okay, so actually this one you have only the config alone outside. So here you have these three functions actually. So you can just get these three inside the, so instead of putting these outside, like accept the config. So inside here, wait a second. Actually, or even this is not required. So inside here, just going to add this. Okay. And then you have this here, like so. Uh, let's look at the errors we have here. So we have the supposed to take in any. You hand the cross, and then here on success, what does it say? Let's actually just give it any. And it seems like everything right now is okay. I don't like this button. You cannot just like put, I believe like this must be having like a style button, a styles in this component props here. As you can see, text here, Paystack button implementation. So you can see they must be like other things you can like styles, I believe. I don't know. But just like right now, what about the implementation and see? This should just like give us the same thing, only that let's see if it's giving us the same problem. Okay, it is actually just giving us the same problem, and the currency not supported by the merchant. Okay, and at the same time, we still have the window problem. I don't believe like this one has anything to do with that. And for that case, if we have the same problem, then I'm just going to go with the hook in the first place. So you can just copy everything and then I put back here in this. You can just go ahead and leave. Okay. So I'm just going to do, first of all, I'm just going to try to give this problem to ChatGPT or Cloud, and I see what it has to say about this. So you can just go and say either ChatGPT or Cloud. Any of them can work, I guess. This is just somehow like much better. So I'm just going to give it this. Okay, so I'm just going to say I have this component that handles payment. Okay, and I'm just going to they probably maybe to knows about this. This is some information which has been there. I am using Paystack to handle payments, and this and this is my my component, and this is my React component that handles payments from the Paystack hook implementation. I am using Next.js and TypeScript and TypeScript. I have two errors. The first one, it is, let me see now. The first one is that we have this a runtime error. Okay, the first one is this unhandled runtime error. Window is not defined. The second one is from Paystack. have two errors. And the second one, the is the app. So this other one, we just want to do this one. The second one is from Paystack, which actually shows this one. Okay, the second error is from Paystack. And it says, and this is the error. Okay. Can you help to resolve these errors? Okay, so here is the solution to resolve the errors you're facing. The window object is available only on the client side, but Next.js renders on the server during the initial render. Hence, trying to access the window in the server side rendering causes this error. So you need to make sure that Paystack hook is uninitialized on the client side. You can do this by checking if the browser window before using the window. So here this is the implementation. We have used effect, which is nice. Okay, the second one here is I use state hook to check if there is on a client and say that error currency not supported by the merchant. This is coming from the Paystack. It usually happens when the currency said in Paystack convert is not supported by the merchant account. Solution: ensure you are setting the correct currency supported by your Paystack merchant account. If you want to use specific currency like energy for Nigerian, you need to add this in the configure like this. Or you have to set the currency. Oh, I'm just going to say that can you help set the currency to Ghana? Okay. Okay. I'm just going to say full component. Yeah, I want to just take the full component now. Okay. Good. Okay, let's just now copy this and just do this. Just simply, first of all, we're just going to come here and add use client. Okay. We have one problem, and I believe it must be this one. Okay, there is how it is actually initializing this. Initialize payment on the button. What is this? What is this? Oh, return. It changed the whole thing. Initialize payments on this. Okay, let's just like try to make these ones like this. But I don't know why. Let's just like first to look at this. If you pass them direct, because I don't know for some reason. Can we just like first before copying and bring in this one? I just like to have this as a copy, Control C, Control V. Let's have the original here. Copy this and let's first put the use client. Okay. So we have this on cross, and if you just check, is because this one takes in the options. Okay, I'm just going to try to put just like this, and let's go and see if we have Can we turn back this as into our button? Okay. Uh, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and don't have now my max width. Okay, just give this a max width of 3 XL and MX auto. Okay, and a padding of 8. Remember. Okay, so just go ahead and click on this. Yeah, so finally, we have it successful. You can see you can use the card. Okay, and then this is use any of these options below test the payment. So you can just use this. Here they give you the number. You can select Airtel or MTN, and this even they have the test. So you can just go ahead and confirm this. So I'm just go ahead and click on confirm. And what we expect to see more so on this, we expect to see the reference and this on close anything you put here. So let me just go to the console. Okay, just clear everything. So I'm just going to go ahead and confirm. Click on confirm. Okay, so you can see that please wait while we authorize this test transaction. So like, am I supposed to click on this? Yeah. Okay, so you can see payment successful and the other things from there. You have the message, you have the redirect URL. Okay. And then you have the reference number, status, transaction. I think it's like a transaction code. Yeah, you have the trans and transaction, and then the text reference. Okay, text reference. Yeah, so we have all these um information that you can see. Show someone like you paid this much, and this is the transaction you got. Okay, this is great now. So just need to get this component and we pass in all the details we want. So the only trick we can just do to this is that if you just look at this implementation, the only thing we just need to pass in into this component is passing Paystack component. I'm just going to rename this to. Did this update? Wait a second. We had it into the pay. Uh, I'm just like confused right now. The export we have here, export default, is a different thing. I'm just going to change this to handle handle payments. Now we can just like delete this one. Let me just go ahead and test one more time. Okay. I'm just going to go down here. Can you just look at these errors? What are they saying? Are you still having window not defined? Really? Even after having this is client? I don't know. The format is, I think the problem we had solved was this one of passing the currency. And I think there is where they talk about in this down here. Let's see. Sending metadata with a transaction. If you want to send extra metadata, transaction description, user that made a transaction, you can just actually go to this and you add the metadata, and then you the metadata, and then you have the custom fields, display name, variable name, funding, valid funding wallet. They say here you can check out the other options that you can add. Now I don't know why you can't just get these options. They have even the webhooks. So so long as they can verify the payments or anything you can see here. Okay. So long as the payment can be verified and done, that's the I think it is metadata here. So this is how you can pass in metadata, the card ID, customer, like display name. Okay. Yeah, it is just there. Yeah, so you can just go ahead and put others. For now, what I just want to do is add it in our thing. So what I just want to do is I want to actually pass in an object here. Okay. I just like pass in the transaction config. So here I'm just going to say export interface. So you know how you just call this one, but is just going to call it transaction config. Transaction config. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this here. Just going to pass it in here. Okay. Um, let's start with this one. So this one is going to be a string. So like, I don't know if the reference, you can auto generate it or you can use this as a default. So I'm just going to say this one is a string, but then you're just going to say not required because you're just going to make it auto. And then of course, email is going to be a string. Amount is a number. Public key. And I'm just going to pass like in the public key. Just going to set this one from here. So this is I'm just going to say this is a string but not required. So string but not required. And then the currency, I'm also going to say you can pass it but not required. So this is also a string. Okay, so we have this as our transaction config. This is what you're going to pass in here in this handle payments. I'm just going to say transaction. Going to pass in transaction. Okay, and this is going to be of type transaction is of type the transaction config. Okay, and this config here. Okay, this config, I'm just going to do that, and then here just going to say maybe just call this transaction config or something. Yeah, just like this transaction config. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just pass this transaction config. Okay, and the what? So I need to give some. I need to give some of these things. Okay. Um. Mm, so I'm just going to go and just say is equal to this. Okay, just going to say equal to this. Oh, I pass in this. I even don't know. I can just go ahead and pass in this. Where is it ending from? Okay, let me first go back for a second. How am I supposed to pass in this? I don't know. Can you first comment this? Oh, actually, we can just like get this one. Just a second. Get this. Let me just add it here. Okay. Let me just put so you can just come here and see here transaction config is equal to config. Yeah, is equal to config. So this one will be the thing. Now we have these ones which are given and by default. Let me see. Okay, so just because of this is not assignable to that, and just because of putting I don't know how we can set the default ones. Okay, so we're just going to, instead, what we can just do actually is saying, I'm just going to go ahead and just copy this one. Okay, here. So down here, I'm just going to say const a default. Just paste this. I'm just going to call this a default config. Default config. Okay, and in this case, in the default config, we could just leave this reference to be the timestamp. I think it is okay. So let's remove the email, the amount, and the currency. So in this case, we can just leave this. I think there are the three things which are not required. We can just have one which is like this. And we could just come here and we just say const config is equal to, and we can just say spread the default config. Okay, default config, comma, and we also spread the transaction config, just like this. Okay, just like this. And if you look at this one has any, and we could just say this is of type we could just come here and we give a type, this one. This is the actual one, actually. Interface config props, this config props, and then we could just come here and we put config. Why are we having these? This is, oh, okay. And you know what? We're just going to simplify all this. I'm just going to go ahead and just do this. Okay, I'm just going to simplify. This looks like we are complicating it under all circumstances. Just going to say config, and not going to give it anyway. I'm just going to say this one is of type config props. As simple as that. Config props. This is supposed to be transaction. So there is no need now for this or even this. Just simply pass in here this the transaction config, and then you just even don't need this. So I'm just going to copy this, cut it. Before we cut it, let me first leave it there. We don't need this now. Okay, so we just have this transaction config, which is the type of config props, which are actually these ones. And then I will just use this config here. So whenever we are calling handle payments, we should pass in that, right? Okay, so um, I think we can just go to now the doctor side and leave around this. I'm just going to go here on the doctor details. Here, okay. So on the doctor details, there is where we have actually these steps. I even don't know where these are right now. Okay, you can see we have these front details. Then we have the form step 2. Okay, so you can just see we have here our steps. Okay, so you can add one more step to this, I believe. So we have uh, the the steps. So here I just want, where is the form? Okay, so the form is here and we're setting all these ones. So I'm just going to add if this step is 3. So you can see in this second step is where we actually have also this button. Next, then we have the final step. We can just go and check where I have these steps first of all. So the first one is step 1. Okay, so you can see we have the step equal to 1, and this step is done actually shows the availability component. Okay, you can see this is the one that shows the doctor's availability, and then now we have step 2, which actually is showing the form. We have step 2 and then errors. Enter your location. This is the saving. You can see here if loading, errors is having this complete. So we just not have this one here. We'll have now the third step. Okay, we'll have the third step for the payments, I believe. Just looking for add how to add step number 3. So step is equal to, so what I'm just going to do is, I'm just going to change this first of all. So just going to introduce one more step, which is going to be step 3. So I just need to change this one. So you can just first take off this. I'm just going to remove this. I'm just going to change this to and. Okay. And then we can just say go down here, stay in the form, and we can just say if step is equal to 3. Okay. And then I think that's why we can just say show this step number 3. Okay, so we can just like show this, and this also maybe here a div just like this. Now just going to say pay. Okay, so these buttons that we have here, we might actually just copy this div that we have here. I'm just going to get these ones, and let's go ahead and paste them just below here. And basically, I'm just also going to go ahead and change these ones here. So I'm just going to go to step number 2, which actually has this div with the next buttons. I believe this one. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and add them here where we have these ones. I'm just going to go ahead and add these ones. Okay, then for these ones we have this, and then we have also this here. So we now have the complete. Now next, let's go and see for this one, this error we have here in the pay, we can just go let's just go here. So copy this config. Okay, copy this config, and in here just paste this here, and you're just going to say transaction config is equal to config, just like that. So this one still remains working. Okay, so we just need to we just pass in one thing in that config, but for now I'm just going to go back and see if we just can do this. Just choose this. Oh, wait. What is this? I'm seeing pay somewhere. Can we just go and see if we can fix this? Steps, I'm seeing them there. So we have step number 3. Okay, I'm just going to separate these ones. You know what? Just going to separate these ones. So cut this, and let me just also remove this, and we just do this. And then down here, we can just say if the step is equal to 4. And then, okay, we can just do something like this. Okay, so now you see these ones. Let's go ahead. Have this. Okay, so you have been next. Now we have like next now. So if you just say next, now you can see here you have to go ahead and complete the payment. Okay, and I believe this title we can also just change it as the steps changes. Okay, I don't know where it is located, but we can also change this title here. Now we have this complete the payment, complete the appointment. Uh, mhm. So this button would be now the payment. Like we could just like add this here since it gives us like a button like this one. The problem is how we execute. Like after that, how do I make it to call the on submit? Um, we have to bring in this whole component within this one. We might need to do that because we might need to pass in either we can pass in a function if we just go to handle submit handle payments. Okay, so you can see there is this on clause. Okay, there is this one on close when the payment like when you I think when you close this, I'm just going to duplicate and let's go to doctor's pay. So if I just do this, so what I just need before I think the on close, I don't know if it is just run by closing this window. I'm not so sure. So what I can do is I just want to pass in one more thing. Okay, the transaction config plus also the on close function. Okay, so if I just come here, interface. Oh, and okay, and just say here on close is a function maybe that we say that returns void. Okay, we already this. We can just say handle close. So you can just say here handle close. In fact, there is this, how he named it here is good. I'm just going to go and copy this here. How you call this? Handle paste across action. You can see this one when the paystack dialog is closed. So handle paystack close action. So there is handle paystack success when you what you want to do is the reference. It's okay. Mm, because we need this reference, save it in the DB for that appointment. Okay, we really need that to run. And also to get like the to get the that reference. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Just going to do this. Just going to first remove this and even this here. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is we have a lot of buttons here. Payment success. Hmm. Okay, I'm getting some other ideas. Okay, I'm getting some other ideas. So, for instance, instead of just like doing here, we might just actually go ahead and do the transaction. I don't want to just like create the appointment before the payment is done. Okay. Um. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I get what we can do here. So we might just need some things to modify. For instance, I'm just going to do this. So if you just look at this, the only thing we just have is this one. Okay. So, mhm. So if you go ahead and successfully pay this, the 200 is confirmed. So you think here they send you the OTP and then when you click, there is cancel and there is this one. So when you click on cancel, it closes the dialog. Okay, let's just like go to the console and just go do this. Test. So at this point, we haven't gotten anything here. So if you're just going to say I've completed, you have this. Oh, okay. So when you just click and complete the payment, you will get this one. But if I close the payment request 400, can we just like um, refresh? I think we did. Okay, let's just go ahead and initialize. So if I just go ahead and close this before doing anything and I close, so you can see payment closed. If the person doesn't uh actually pay or do something uh, at this point, that's when this one is fired. Oh, okay, I get the point. So one, if someone successfully pays and then like I think at this point you're supposed to go ahead and the um what are we supposed to do when someone actually pays? Okay, so what I'm just going to do as my plan, I'm just going to devise a new plan. So let's just go to this and I just plan. Okay, so the what we could do is okay, what we could do is one, okay, so someone clicks on the book, maybe $100. So when he clicks on this, what we do now, we correct the details. So let me see. So we go ahead and just going to write inside here. Okay, so number one, let's do this. Number two, we could just go ahead and correct the checkout information or the appointment information. Okay, we could just correct appointment information. That is like now the one we have in step one and step two. Step one, step one and step two. Okay. Step two and step three, step two and step three. Okay, and this is the one we have in step one. This one was the step one. Now, step three, what we could just do actually is we could save this info in the local storage. Okay, and then when we save this information in the local storage, we could now go ahead and now take him to the pay. So he pays. Okay. So when he pays, so after paying, we could just say, now we could save the payment transaction details plus the appointment and also save the appointment. Okay, this should be like the plan, I believe. Like we can now, after the person has paid, okay, pays and confirmed, like we confirm they have paid, and then after that we can save the payment transaction details plus the appointment. So I don't know if we need to save. We could save all this information in the fact that a person pays and not like a subscription, is not paying a subscription, is actually paying for that specific appointment. So that means that we could just like add these payment details in the transaction. So I could just like open the schema and look at the appointment. So if this is the information about the appointment, okay, so I'm just going to copy this and just go to ChatGPT here. Okay. Okay. Assume we have an online medical app where a patient pays to see the doctor. Okay. A patient pays create actually pays create an appointment with a doctor. Okay. Okay. Here is my, you say here, I'm using Next.js and TypeScript with Mongo and Prisma. Okay. Uh, Here is my existing appointment uh, model. So you see Prisma model. Okay. Okay. Can you modify it so that we can add payment, maybe transaction details? Okay. Mhm. And you could just also create a new model. Can you create a new uh, model that will register sort of like, I don't know, like payments or sales? I just like maybe sales that has the like the appointment ID, doctor ID, and patient ID, patient ID. Maybe we could just like add even doctor name. Okay, doctor name, patient name. Just simplify. Total amount. Okay. Just stay past like to record this because we might just like need to know like an admin to know how much is being transacted, something like this. Okay, let's just see what it can do for us. So modify to include the payment details. Okay, so now we have these. So it has appointment date, payment form, doctor ID, doctor name, patient ID, charge, payment details. Okay. First name, okay, these are patient details. Sorry, payment transaction details. We need to put like transaction ID towards the payment transaction ID from the payment gateway, e.g. Paystack. Payment status, paying, to track the payment status and payment method. Credit card or something like that. Yeah. I think these ones are just like okay. Maybe they paid amount or something. I don't know what was this charge. I don't know what I put this charge for. We're just going to add the payment amount here, the paid amount, and so we have also this payment status. Then the new sales model, which has this. Okay, can I just like now modify this? Okay. I'm just going to go down here, add this. We have to confirm that the has not modified a thing. Okay. So we have this. So the only thing that they supposed to add is supposed to be these ones, only these three. So just going to copy these. So even if I delete out this one, we can just go ahead and just add them here. These ones. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think we just like add also the paid amount. Mm, just going to add a paid amount. This is going to be int, it's an int or a number or something. So all these ones, since we have already existing stuff, I would recommend we make all these ones not required. Okay, this one has at least this payment status. This I'm just going to make it by default successful. I'm just going to go here and add these ones in capital. Pending, success, and failed. Okay, so I'm just going to start by default make it this. Okay, and transaction ID, let's make this one to be also not required. This not required. Okay, so this is great. So I think at this point we can just go and push these ones. Hey, we have one more model we want to add in, which is actually creating a sale, just like this. I'm just going to add it below here. Okay. So the sale has the appointment ID, so it should just have here this appointment So this one should just like have sales or something. Sales, which is like sale. Okay, so a appointment, this DBAT object ID, doctor ID, doctor name, patient ID and patient name, total amount for the appointment created at, and then we can just like put this relationship. If you want to reference appointment doctor and patient modules directly, you could just do that. We're not going to do that. We're just going to save this and the doctor ID and the doctor this. We can just like filter out to get these details later. Okay, now that we have those two, we can just go ahead and let's push. I'm just going to first stop this. I know all these console.logs, we need to check and stop them. Let's say npx prisma db push and npm db. Okay, just going to go ahead and refresh this. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to implement what we said here. So first of all, right now, we just added like a new model sale, okay, which we just have to create a function for creating sales in a second. But what we want basically right now, what do we want? What do we want? Okay, what do we want? I'm just going to go back to this, to where we're here, just like this. Okay. So what we're just going to do basically, actually, just going to do what we have done here. Step number 2, step number 3. Okay. Step number 3, and then we have step number 4. Okay. So what we need is we need to save this information. We need to save this information in the local storage, as we said. So right now here we have this handle submit. Okay. There is this one. Sorry. There is this handle submit. I don't know where it is. It is here on submit. So you can see it gets this documents, gets all this information here, which is the appointment props. So it have everything you want in the appointment props, all this information. Okay, so just want to save this object. And now we need to increase on these objects and even add more things, because we would want to use this object in the future. Okay, we're just going to have this object and modify it more, but we just have this. Okay, I'm just going to go back. Yeah. So all this, instead of just like going here, generate the room. Okay, we have this. meeting link. Okay, we have also to put in consideration that we are generating rooms and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just going to actually this step number 4, where we have the payment here. Step number 4, where we have this pay. I'm just going to directly bring in some things here. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and bring in the payment here. I'm just going to go to where we have handle submit, handle payment, sorry. So this is the thing. I'm just going to go and copy this slowly back to this step. So where we have this step number 4, I'm just going to go ahead and add this. Here like this. Now let's go ahead and bring in these things here: initialize, on success, and all others. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and bring all these ones. Just copy this. And let's bring them to this. So we're just going to go ahead and put all this here. Just find a place where we can add this. Okay. And we can just import this React Paystack, I believe. Let's first go back to this. Yeah, so it comes from React Paystack. And then for the other one, I'm just going to come here. Where is it? All these steps we're doing them in a different page. Did we just like add them in this? I'm just going to come here and copy this object. Okay. Just go to these components and let's go ahead and pass in that. First import use effect. And then here I'm just going to go ahead and specify this config. So you have the config. I'm just going to pass this config. Okay, so now if you bring that down here, okay, within this, uh, let me just make this one a maybe an outline button to look difference. Maybe just say type button for now. And let's also give the variant to be like maybe outline. We'll just like just go ahead and design this the Paystack button to look different. But for now, let's go back here. Okay. Let me just go ahead and the next. Okay. So you can see we have now Paystack here. If I click it, you can just say it brings here this to pay. Okay, so what we want is after this has been initialized and he has confirmed the payment and he has gone ahead and paid. So we just want to see this on success. Because we have this on success. So we could just go ahead and say, because we have now two functions which we that are very important to us, this on submit, okay, and then of course this is one which does everything, and finally just creates this appointment, okay. It creates this appointment, so we might just say change here, we create an object, okay, this handle submit. Hmm. I think we can just use the trigger. Let me just ask this ChatGPT. I think we can just use a trigger to trigger it. I'm just going to first actually do this. We might just need to go to this function. Actually, we have to update more details. So we need to add one more of create a cell here. And then also we have to update. So before this, we also need to update more information. So here, update payment details. Okay, so we need to update the payment details, more especially the transaction. Mm, oh, okay. So I think we don't need to do that. Here, just going to have, for instance, these other transaction. Let me just go to the schema. So we just need only this transaction ID and then payment method and the paid amount. So copy this one. Okay, I just need only these four. So I'll just go back to this, and here we're just going to add them here. So we'll have, for instance, data dot transaction. Then we have data dot payment, data dot this, and data dot this. Okay, so these four, as we brought them, they need to be added on the appointment props. So you can just go here and I add for the payment. So here I'm just going to say payment details. And this is going to be a string. I don't know if it's a string or a number or something. String status is going to be string. Actually, this one we can just say payment status. And then payment, this is a string. Jesus, string. And this one is number. So you can add those. Now when we just go back to this, we are good. So you can just add these ones. We need to add these ones. Okay. So we can just create here a state. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a state here. Const, and just say payment details, payment details, set payment details is equal to use state. And let's go ahead and just give maybe a default of const initial payment details is equal to an object with this. So just go here and just say this one initially is going to be equal, this status is going to be success or whatever. Payment method is going to be, I don't know if this is just like Paystack or I don't know, maybe phone or something, I don't know. Payment amount, let's just say equal to 0. Something like that. Okay. This initial. Okay. So just go ahead and just give it to this, like this. And now we can just come here. And then here you can just come here. It's going to be payment details dot transaction ID. payment details dot payment status, and then here is going to be payment details dot payment method, and finally just going to have payment details dot paid amount. So the status, of course, here it is refusing, because here you can see it is taking it as a string. Okay, so what we can just do is we could just say that this one will conform to, if we wanted, all these here. This is going to be a string. This one is the payment status from Prisma client. This is a string, and then this is a number, something like this. Now you said we don't have any problem. Okay. Great. So now we can just like safely go here. So where we have control on success. Okay. We just like searching or something. We search on success. So here, this function here, we need to look for this function on success. I think we added it on top here. Once I've added it somewhere, let me just look for it. Initialize payment on success. So here, okay. So you can just go ahead and get some things from this reference. So this reference had the one which has the transaction ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to the console. Okay, just do this. Complete. Okay, so get this object. I will just copy it and bring it here. This is the object we have. Okay, this is the object that we have from the successful reference. We have message approved, and then reference status trans. So you have also, so you can also save also the reference plus the transaction. You can see this one is the same, and then this is the same as this one. And then also you have the direct URL. Okay, which has both. I'm just going to simply save the reference, also the transaction ID. Okay, so here, let's just go ahead and just add reference before we do more things. Here, I'm just going to add reference. Reference. I just like look at, copy this reference. Okay, So we have also the reference. We need to store the transaction reference. Okay. We need to store the transaction reference. Okay, so what I can do is I can add it in two places. I can add here reference, and then here you're just going to say like start by saying reference. Okay, now we can also go ahead and add this reference in here. Data dot reference. So since we don't have reference here, we don't have it on these payment props, we can just go ahead and add it here. Okay, and okay, that's good. So we need to create also this cell here. So I'm just going to go to actions where we have appointments, create an appointment. Uh, I don't know if I need. Like, you just need to create any appointments. I'm just going to go to um go here, create an info access. Use server. Okay, so you can just come here and I'm just going to add export async function create save. Okay, just going to see try catch. Okay, so here just going to be const save is equal to wait, we're using what, db or prisma? I'm just going to say db. Okay, I think we're using a prisma client or something. Is it prisma client? Dot sale dot create. Okay, and then just pass in data. So just come and get this data, and with this data is supposed to be of which type. So you can just come here on the sale, should just have all these things. Okay, and the appointment, doctor ID, doctor name, patient ID, patient name, total amount. Okay, just like this. And let's go back to this. I'm just going to create interface, and you're just going to export this. Export interface sale props is going to be equal to these ones. So this is a string. Okay, all these ones are going to be strings, except this one, which is actually a number. So basically, this is going to be of type cell props. And you can see now we have no problem. So we can just say return just Excel. I don't know, from this new appointment. Okay, there is data. I'm just going to simply I'm just going to go ahead and return. So here you can just revert it dashboard doctor. I'm just going to add one, which is going to be sales. And in here, we're just going to say consider truck error. I think this is just good enough. I'm just going to go ahead and go to, I will just go to this here. So here we also just need to create a sale. So const a sale, const is equal to await create sale. Okay, so here you just need to pass in an object. Okay, with these details, these ones. Let's go back. Just passing this. Okay, let's start with the appointment ID. So the one that was created here is the appointment. So query cell raise dot data dot ID. Okay, dot ID here, and here you can just say empty, and then you could just say doctor ID, which is going to be from the doctor, I guess, doctor dot ID, and then this, and then here just have a doctor dot name, and then it's going to be patient dot ID. We can have an empty string, patient dot name. Sorry, just put this, and you could just record this here. And total amount is, I don't know, on the appointment, do we have this? Series dot data dot, is it the charge? Uh, I think we could just say the paid amount. Now this creates a sale, and in the appointment, now we can just say, if you just look here, is where even where we have a charge, we don't. Oh, I'm seeing it here. Actually, data dot charge. Okay, so I think the charge we already have it, which is going to be the paid amount. Anyway, data dot paid amount is payment details dot paid amount. Okay, so here we could just say dot charge. Okay, and everything should remain. Now, one more thing we just need to change is now the on success, which is here. So what we need is set payment details to this to an object, and of course the object is going to be of this nature. Copy, and let's go ahead and paste it here. Transaction ID is going to be transaction. Okay, is going to be reference. This there is this reference that is entering dot transaction. Okay, and for the reference is going to be reference. In fact, they just say call this one like ref for this ref. Okay, so this is going to be ref, and then it's going to be like ref dot. So I'm just going to go here, ref dot reference. Then this is success. Now payment method. You don't know. We can just say call it phone or something, because this is going to be um it's going to be charged on this. So I don't know. Uh, Status. You can see status is success here. And then transaction. Then the paid amount, we're just going to get this from the charge. How did this one get it? Data dot charge somewhere. I'm just going to use this. Okay. So, okay. I can remove this now. And now we could just, instead of consorting this, we just need to see the payment details. I just want to say payment details, which is going to be actually payment details. Okay. And I think just need to Okay, I'm just going to just say this and a cell. Okay, just give it a try and we'll see what is going to happen now. Okay, just going to go ahead and clear all these console. Let's get here date and let's see. And let's next. Okay, so when you reach here, we'll handle something here. Okay, like say check like payment confirmed or something. For now, let's go ahead and open it and let's go ahead and pay. Complete. Okay, I don't know now why it is taking long like this. Okay, payment successful. So now you can see that we have the payment details. Okay, you can see payment details. Okay. Um, it seems not have updated it. This set. These ones are the initial ones on line 95. Mm, I could just go and see what is happening here. Okay, yes, also console.log the ref payment reference. Okay, let's go and again initialize this. I think we need a new window. Let me just refresh. Okay, and just close this. So let's just go and complete. Okay, so as you can see here, these ones were not by the reference. Okay, I think we just need to console.log this outside. It is okay, so we can just console.log this outside to really confirm if they were updated. Yeah, so if you see it outside here, 99, yeah, it actually updated. You can see paid amount, success, and all these ones. Okay, that's good. So what we want is on this, I don't know if we just have like a nice payment button design, like a really nice payment button that really shows. We'll just say if someone has ever designed this, uh, do they have a logo or something? Yeah, so there is this their logo. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and just put their logo. Okay, but let me just get the payment button here. Okay, the way you see here. Uh, okay, how about the okay? Um, you could just like pay page. Let's see, with the maybe the amount or something. Okay, so I'm just going to just do is here. Let me just go ahead and copy something here. Actually, just going to go ahead and copy this. Okay, in the step 4 here, I just go to step 4. Okay, this is the place. So I'm just going to go inside here. I will first start by saying that it's a div, maybe h2. Just go to amount is equal to this. Okay, and here is to uh, just like that. And then down here is going to be, of course, the button. So you can just add a class name of padding y of 4. And this is going to be, I don't know, the currency for Ghana. And then here is going to be pay with Paystack. I think it's this G. Okay. And then here, we're just going to say pay with Paystack, and you're just going to add something like an image. Can I just like get this image? I just get like the logo here. Just going to get this one. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and get this to the public folder. Just okay. And here just going to go ahead. Let's see. I could just add this image. Paystack logo. Okay. And then of course, let's give it, we can just go and look at the width and the height. 502. So width is 512. Height is 504. And then we can just give it a class name of width of like 6 and a height of 6. Let's look at this. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Mm, okay, let's give this. Okay, and let's give it a variant. Actually, we could just like have added the, let me see. Mm, We could just say and confirm. Okay, let's just look at how this looks like. Pay and confirm. Maybe we need just to give it more or less width photo and height maybe of 4. Okay. This window can be really designed nicely. Now I'm just going to bring in uh, mm, I'm just going to task ChatGPT and Cloud, I guess here. Can you design me a nice payment card? It should show the total amount and also should show the pay button with a Paystack logo. Okay, let me just design this. Let's also go to cloud, see if it can design this. And you can also task V0 and we see what they are capable of. Can you design for me this? And also V0. You can just like see what which one is okay. Okay, this one is pay with paste. Hmm. This looks okay to me. Mm, this one has an image. Really, like it must have taken it too far. It took it really too far. Like went ahead and designed this whole payment card with this blah blah. I didn't want that. I just wanted only the payment card. Okay, let's look at the V0. Oh, okay. V0 seems like has something here. Total amount and then let's cloud. Felt this button looks like yeah, even this one I think pay with Paystack and then like is this hmm that you just use the whole card component. I like the fact that the button is custom. So you could just like try this. Get use the card on top. This thing is really a huge component. I think at some point we need to divide it. Okay. I can just do this. Copy the card. Okay. This amount is here. And then here this and this button, we might just actually use the one for cloud, pay with Paystack or something like that. Just go ahead and just add this image. Actually, just going to add just like pay with Paystack. Okay, and the here I'm just going to add an icon maybe of $1. Okay. Okay, and let's see now. Okay, and then like this is just the GNS something. This one. Okay, and okay, and I'm just going to hide these buttons. Maybe I will leave only the previous. Okay, I will leave maybe the previous button. Do I need to leave? I guess I can just remove these all the two buttons here. So I'm just going to create also this payment. Just create one more state. So we can create one more state here. And this is going to be payment success. Payment success. Set. Payment success is going to be equal use state and they start by false. Okay. So just get this payment success and I will just look for this on success. So in one of the things this has to do also is set payment success. It's true. Okay. Okay. And then now we can control these buttons. Okay. So in the step 4, we have these two. We can control them. Okay. You can just come here and we're just going to say payment success. If this is true, we have to show here something else. Success, else, we just show this. Now this card is where it's going to be involved. Okay. So I guess we could just like before I just cut this one, we could just simply say that maintain the card. Okay. Just going to maintain the card here. Just simply put in different things. Okay. So I'm just going to come here and say complete. So here, if the payment is successful, I can just say here payment successful. Okay. And in this, here, you might just need to have this. Okay, to complete here is make the payment. Okay, let's start off and see. Okay, so you can see here we have the make payment. Oh, these ones have to go now. These ones, the previous. So you don't need these ones. I'm just going to comment them. You don't need them. So just have this make payment. You click this. Oh, uh, we need to we didn't put the initialize things. Okay, so I think I removed the button. Can I just go here? Okay. Simply copy this on click. Okay. Let me just do this. Okay. Okay. So now let's go ahead and see if this is going to do whatever we want. If you do this, complete. Okay, so you have now this one, a complete the appointment. I just need to make this one more beautiful. I could just go ahead and make a check button. So where we have this, actually this whole entire thing could have been a div or something. Could just say text center. For the this is having text center, but the button is not centered. I don't know if this can be centered by just text center. It does not. How about flex items center? Okay. I'm just going to don't need this whole thing, card thing, I believe. Just going to make this a div. And then this, I'm just going to make it h2, just okay. And then just we're going to make this a div. So you could just make this one with a border and a small shadow. Okay. So what I want is I want to add here. Let's add a div with a check. Would give this a width of like 32. Flex item center, justify center. So just going to give it like a BG green. Could even give it a BG of maybe lime. Yeah. With a checkbox with a class name. I'll text time like 600. Let's give it a width of 20, height of 20. Let's see how this one looks like. Okay, the checkbox is there. The BGs are not working. I'm not let me just add like a border to this. Okay. There is no need. I'm just going to change this to, I think, like green. Sure, if green is a matching color. Instead of border, I'm just going to say rounded full. Okay. Maybe we're just going to slightly change this to 20 something. 20, 24. And this one 14. Okay. Let's check. Okay. Uh, we can also, I don't know why does it get this height? Why does it get the height to be like this? Let's give the padding of 8. Okay, so you can see like payment successful. I'm also going to make this one expire and text line like 700. Yeah. Mm, for the button, we have complete appointment. Okay, we can just add also the calendar. Oh, did we just like add the calendar? I just need to add the calendar icon, calendar check. Let me just add calendar days and see. Yeah, I just need an icon. Let's give it a class name. MR of 2. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Now, if we click on this one, it should just be able to go ahead and get all these payment details. And then now this thing here where we have payment method is going to be actually mobile money since using mobile money. So I can just go to where we have this. Where we have this here. This one is going to be mobile money, just like this. Okay, great. So now I just need to go ahead and click this and we see if we have any errors. So also one thing we could just do is this title. I don't know where it is located. Where is this title located exactly? Okay, it is here. Uh, in the form. Okay. So we could also change this. Uh, we could change the titles. Okay. Could change the titles. Like step one, tell us few details. Uh, Okay, I'm just going to do like this. I'm just going to add it in the first step one and the step two. So step three and four, we might not need it. So this is step two. Step three is okay. So we have step four. Okay. We can just say this. Okay. If step is less or equal to 4. Okay, less equal to 3. Then we could just show this. Less or equal. Is this not existing? Okay. So you can see now with this is not actually there. So you just go ahead and try to complete this. If I click this, okay, I don't know what has happened. What has happened? Let's go and see. Oh, okay. So this one has this computer payment. We still set current step to this. Okay, we don't need this. Remove this. This is the last one. We don't need to do anything. But if you check, we're not redirected. I don't know if there is anything that happened. Okay, I'm just going to try one more time. Okay, let me just go to full screen just to do this. I have constant headache and stomach ache. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. Next, pay. I don't know. I'm just going to refresh. Maybe like something here. I don't know why this one is. I don't know if I've just like hit too many things and we like the sandbox has the maximum or something. A few built-in can be passed as current funnel from sub-components. Classes are not supported. Uh, okay, so there is something this side. A future version of React. Okay. Last time I can see here invocation. Oh, uh, okay, okay, okay. Uh, I just get so here there is something we have reference. Okay, so let's first stop this. First of all, we'll first let's clear this. The first thing I will do is npx prisma db push and then npm run dev. Okay, when that one is done, it will push the reference, the one we had not pushed. And two, what we need to do is to make sure that all these other buttons they don't have the submit. So you can see this type. It is only this one which should have submit. Others, this one is supposed to have type button. So this one is actually submitting. So let's give it type that. Just going to remove this. I hope, let me hope everything now is okay. Transaction is either invalid or already completed. Please confirm that the link is correct. Okay. So I'm just going to go here and refresh the page. Okay, I'm just go ahead and do this. Okay, let me just go and see now. Okay, so just go ahead and confirm. Okay, so here I'm just going to say completed. Okay, so now you see, now what we want is go ahead and complete the payment, complete here. Okay, so we have a problem, I believe, on the console here. I don't know where this one is coming from. Okay, it actually gets this one. Only plain objects okay, can be passed to client components from server components. Okay, so basically, it must be, oh, it is something now, actually, that, okay, reference. A non-argument reference. Then we get this one. We still having like the problem of reference. Let me just go first to the schema, to where we have the appointment. Oh, I just didn't put, I thought I just actually added it. Did I add it in? Oh no. Say appointment. I thought actually added it here. Okay, so if it's not there, then just go ahead and just add reference string. Okay, great. So let's first fix this one. I'm not so sure if it is the one that is causing this problem. I'm not so sure. Only plain objects. Let me hope like meanwhile as we just like looking at this, let me really just run this. That is why we have the cell. That is why we have the cell here on this form. And where we are passing this object. can just like even just name this as const sales data as this object, and then you can just say sales. I'm not so sure. I'm like, this can't be the problem, right? And since we are here, let me also update one thing. The one thing I want to update is going to be on this config where we have to sort, and instead we're just going to actually have the amount where we have doctor reference, this one. Okay, so here amount is going to be this. Okay, okay, so let's just try to reload the page. Line 57. I first stop on line 57. Okay, let's try. Just try like this. Okay, I'm just going to go next. Okay, confirm. Okay, so here, go ahead and complete. Okay, appointment created. Great. So you can see here this appointment. This side. We can see the reason. Yeah, something and testing. So it was created, and this one is also working. The meeting was created, but so what I want to see is on the doctor's side. We're just going to add in one thing. So I'm just going to log out here. I'm just going to log in as a doctor. Okay. Just going to go ahead and just see the here. Okay, so if we just go here on appointment, you can just even see it here. This the appointment, you can see it here. Okay, so what I just want is um what I just want is add one more thing here. Okay, that is going to be showing the sales for the doctor. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this side. We could just go to app and then the back. Where we have Dr. We could just say we just need to have a list. Could just like we're going to have a table. We'll have a table. Just going to go ahead and add one more folder here, sales. I'm just going to add this page.tsx rfc. Now you can just say sales here, and now we can just go to the components. Is the components? If we just go to sales, we just go in the sidebar, actually add this. So sidebar to doctor. So where we have appointments, we can just add the sales, doctor sales, and he's going to be like, I think, dollar. Okay, so you can see sales here, and we can go to chat here, and we can just go to examples, in fact, blocks. Okay, and in the blocks, there is where they have like this list, actually, like the list of orders. Let's say here is orders. Here we have products, stock. Yeah, I think we need the one for, okay, there is this one, transactions. I think this one is good. Recent sales. Okay. We're just going to actually take in this one. I'm just going to go ahead, and it has this lift, so I can copy this component, and I can just go to sales here. I'm just going to simply wait, components doctor. I'm just going to go here and I say sales doctor. I'm just going to just take here sales TSX, and I'm just going to add it like that. Just going to say sales. Okay, recent sales. And so you should just like bring in two things here, the data plus the title. Okay, for now, data, you just say any, just going to give it in a second, and title is going to be a string. Okay, this one is going to be the title. Yeah, title. And then for these other ones, let's first leave them like this. Just go to sales, take to this page, sales here. Just return like sales. Okay, let's pass into things. Data equal this, and title equal to sales. For now, just say sales, just like this. Data, let's get the data here, const So here we're just going to get the doctor sales, like doctor sales here. Okay, let me first go to where we have the sales. Yeah, we're just going to get a function which gets sales. Export async function get sales. Async function get sales. Okay. So this one that is get sales, just going to say here first of all try catch. So there is this one which is going to get all sales const sales is equal to await Prisma client dot sales dot uh, find many, and we can just say pass in order by created at, and we can just say descending. And let's go ahead and return the sales and sales. For this one, just going to say consider to log error, and we can just say return like empty here. Okay, this is for getting the sales. We're also going to use this one for the admin. But then we have here get doctor sales. And this one should just take in like the doctor's ID. So just say doctor ID, which is a string. So you can just like say if doctor ID, we can just go ahead now here, just going to get find many order by, and we can pass in where. Okay, doctor ID, just like that. And we can also return sales. Okay, so here we're just going to get doctor sales. Sales, where we have this, just going to say await get doctor sales. So suppose pass in an ID. So we just go here and say const session is equal to await get server session, await get server session, and we can pass in the host options, and just make this one async. Okay, so this must get an ID, so you can just say const ID is equal to session dot user dot ID, and then we pass this ID here. Now, alternatively, we could just again say here for null, so string or null, or not null, or undefined. Okay, so that's why we have this if to just help us find, and then here we don't have any errors, and we can just say doctor sales. We then now pass them here. We could even just come and say if their sales are there, so we could just say if doctor sales, if doctor sales and doctor sales dot length is greater than 0, then we just say and sorry, we could just say display this, or we could just create also a div we saying no sales yet, no sales yet. Okay. So this should be it actually. So if we just go here in the doctor sales, okay, let's first go ahead and just work on something. Give this a class name. Okay, give this a class name. First of all, let's give it like a padding of 8. And we could also give a max width of like 4, or just give like 3x there, mx auto. Okay, so this doesn't look good. Let's make it 4 or 5. That one is okay. So just go ahead and try to, I don't know why it is showing like that. I just say here with this 4. See? Okay. So now we can just try for actually. So you just go ahead and use these cells. So you can see we have card content, which has the avatars. So you can just go here and do this card. So everything is in the card. So inside the card, we have this, we have this. So basically these are the cells. So I'm just going to remove them and just leave only one, which is going to be cells. Did we pass them as what? Data. So just going to say data dot map. So just go ahead and just give this one to be of type cell. And this is going to be like an array. So now data dot map item. Just say return, and we can return this. Okay, so we have the user, the avatar will not have the avatar, but the full name, we have it, which is going to be item dot patient name. Okay, we don't have patient email, but what we also have here is item dot. So here we can just say the total amount, and we can just say to local string like this. Okay, so the email, okay, so you can see here they say which is Miranda. We have, I think, the generate initials function. Let me just go here, const initials is equal generate initials or get initials. I see get initials. And let's pass in item dot patient name. And let's put the initials here. Okay. Okay, so what else can we just get here on this? The only thing we have is the patient ID. Okay, we have the amount and the patient ID. We could just, even if wanted, we could just like add email during the time of creation. But then I'm just going to put the patient ID here. Item dot so we could just like put appointment ID, and maybe we could just even put this as a link. Next link, href, href, uh, good href. If you just go to the appointments, if you go to appointment, you see that her appointment is here. So you could just like get this. Um, and by the we could, I think, make this whole entire div. Like if he clicks on this, let me first go and see. We could just like make it if he clicks any of these. Could make this whole thing clickable. Like if he clicks on any of these, it goes. So can we just make back this as a p tag? Okay, and then this, we could just make it a link. And this one is this. I don't know why it is behaving like this. Okay, the way you mean like we don't need this. We just do dollar item dot appointment ID, just like this. Okay, let's see this. So the whole entire thing now is somehow like clickable. Okay. Okay. We can just like click on this. This takes you to this. Oh, it has like doctor appointment view. This is the patient ID. I think this is the appointment ID or patient ID. Let's first confirm. Appointments view ID. It's supposed to be like, I think, appointment ID or something. Let's first see. So you can see get appointment this. So this is like an appointment by the, but something is wrong within this. Let me confirm. It is this one. Okay, let's refresh one more time. Good sales. Yes, good sales. Just click. Okay, yeah. Good. Okay. So you can just say appointment sales. I'm just going to give it a good name of appointment sales. So here, title is going to be appointments. We can also add one more thing here. Maybe the time it was created. This here. We can just like add one more thing. Which is something I'm just going to say. And here we're just going to put Ghana shillings. I'm just going to put here the date, which is going to be item dot created at. Okay, we think we have like format date or something. Format date. I'll go just like get normal date. Get normal date. And we pass in this. What does get normal date take in? Date string. Where does it work? Right now, 16 September 2024. How about there is the one for I'm just going to first actually put this. There is get. Let's go and see the utils. Have a lot of get days, get date, get long date. Let us see it and get long date. I don't know. This type date. Is it string? Let's first see here. Monday, September. Oh, I think they're all the same. So I'm just going to we'll go with normal date. Okay. Just going to go with that. Okay. Um, that's good. I'm just going to go to the admin and add the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and I add it to the admin. So inside the doctor, this says, go to this, uh, I'm just going to go to this dashboard. Paste this. Here I'm just going to not need anything like this. I will just say get sales. There is none of this. Okay. And then you're just going to say doctors like appointment sales. I think like this where it is taking for the particular appointment. I don't know. Because for the admin, I don't know if he has ability to look at the sales. I'm just going to do some check in the sales component. Okay. So we pass in the role here. Yes, pass in the role. It's going to be a string. And here, basically what you're just going to do is if the role, so we'll first now put this, and we're just going to say if the role, if the role is equal to doctor, then pass this as we'll just like pass in here a div, and there is no need of this. Mm, in fact, we could just like maybe lead to that doctor. I don't know. But for now, like we could just like leave it like that. If they just like a normal one, we just only show the cells to the admin. We can also add this in the admin sidebar. So we can also just copy this and also add it in the admin. So where we have appointments down here, I'm just going to add this. So it's going to be dashboard. dashboard sales. Yeah, and that's it for now. I think that will be enough. If you wanted in the analytics here or for this here, we could just add one card. Actually, for sales, let's just add that one. So I'm just going to go back to this. Here we have a problem. Oh, we have to pass in a role. Okay, so in the dashboard, I'm just going to pass in role equal to admin. And in the other one, doctor, here, just going to pass in a role. You could just get from the session if you want. You're like, but I'm just going to pass in doctor here. Okay. And then finally, we just want to see the analytics. When you go to dashboard, so page, there is where we have the doctor dashboard. And if you look at the doctor dashboard, you know where we're getting these analytics. Let's go and see the analytics. We have this grid, which has analytics card, which gets the data. So let's look at this data. Is coming from where? And from here, we add only this session. So doctor, I'm looking for where we have this data. Oh, we are having analytics. Okay. And analytics, and from here, get doctor analytics. Let's go here, doctor analytics. Okay, so we just get these. Okay, so just going to add only one. We have appointments, patients inbox. I'm just going to add one here, which is going to be sales. And this is going to be dollar sign. The detailed link is going to be sales, and this we need to put this length. So we have messages. I'm just going to duplicate this. Sales is going to actually we already have like get doctor sales, get doctor sales, and we pass in user dot id. Just like this. And let's go ahead and see this sales. And let's go ahead and see if we have the first one. Refresh. Okay, so we have sales, which is actually just one. If you click on this, it takes you to the detailed sales. Okay, I think this is just good. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this, and this marks the three we have implemented all these three features. So in the next episode, I'm just going to go ahead and brush, like if there is anything we didn't talk about or we didn't do, I'm just going to make it in the next episode to clear out. More especially this video call, we need to add the functionality for messages, like chat messages. I don't know how we're going to handle that, but it just needs to be done. So thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.